a bus. I mean, you have a lawsuit incoming, right? Like, you're gonna sue them and press charges and shit? Are you okay? God damn, bro. That's fucking crazy. Are you okay? Yikes, man. Glad you're alright. What's up, Jack? I got you in just a second, okay? I know you're here for one specific reason. I'll show you in a sec. I gotta do this unboxing real fast. Was the bus just not paying attention, or like? Yeah, man. I hope insurance takes care of that, and I hope that you get a settlement or something. Dude, Vegas is fucking insane. I would know. I live out here. Fuck yeah, man. I hope you get every penny's worth, and that your injury's not too bad. That's unfortunate. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the channel. My name's Alchemy. Sorry, let me get chat pulled back up. Usually I don't do full face cams, but today we've got some stuff to open up. Mac, I'm really sorry to hear about that. Hey, Nate, what's up? Hi, guys. As you can see, my synth desk is empty, and that's because we have made room for new stuff. I don't think that most of you all want to do a stream where like we play around with this stuff, so I'll save it for later. Or maybe what I'll do is after I'm done streaming, I'll hop on Discord and I'll play around with the synths and stuff. But we don't have one thing, but two things. No, NPC sample is not for me. Alright, how do I want to do this? I think I'm just going to put it in my lap and pull the boxes out. Oh, hold on. Don't blow your back out. That was almost a very unwise decision. Also, if anyone's interested, I'm letting go of the Iridium core. It's nicely boxed over there. Dennis, what the fuck? Come on. Ugh. Damn. I am never taking you to the movies. Did you see that Haken Continuum Mini? No, I don't even know what that is. Right? Roland SP finally sidechain? What, the Mark II? Ha ha ha. No, I'm salty. Fuck. Damn. It's my fault. I shouldn't have said it on the internet anyway. It's like a trampoline piano. Oh, it's a controller? You guys like my new Halloween costume? Yeah, I know. Just let me get through the unboxing, okay? Let me have my moment. All right, first up, we got a Tonverk. I am not going to actually do the unboxing. Because we're just gonna hop right into drum and bass production. Second, oh my god, this thing is heavy. Let me put this down. We got a Leviathan. Cool. So that's that. That's what I got. So yeah, I am not going to damn. All right. That was a lot. I'm out of breath. All right. So I'm not going to waste everyone's time and try to like finagle with this and figure it out and all that stuff. But we will do that. Look, I don't make a lot of money, guys, but the reason why I got this was because I sold the Digitone. I hope it went to a good buyer, and then I'm also selling my Iridium Core. So if anybody's in the market for that, I have a listing on Reverb.com. I think it's on sale for like $14.50. Um, I thought you'd never replace Iridium with a Leviathan. I wouldn't, but I would replace an Iridium with a Leviathan and a Tonverk because like the Digitone and the Iridium Core both complete each other with like FM synthesis, a second sequencer, whatever. But the Leviathan is just is an FM synth on crack. And then the Tonverk takes care of the wavetable synthesis as well as the granular synthesis. You know what's crazy though is that you cannot FM custom wavetables on the Iridium Core. You can use custom wavetables, but you can't apply FM to them. You can on this. So I basically just swapped my gear out for like an upgrade. And that being said, the Iridium Core still has a 6 operator freeforming FM. Do I want it? I don't want to buy it, to be honest. I don't really need anything. Let's get into stage 1 and let me close out of that. And yeah, we're going to do this. Let me pull this up. I'm going to show you, or I'm going to show Jack this feedback thing very quickly so he can get out of here because I think that's the only reason why he's here. This is going to be only on one side for now. Hold on. I gotta apply all my stuff to this. No. Hi, Arl. Where are my advanced audio? There we go. I hate how it just does that. And the problem, like, the annoying thing about this is now I have to, like, reapply all of my effects. It's annoying as fuck. Sally Sue sells Sally. There we go. Sibilance. Sibilance. Okay, is this okay? I'm gonna give this just a little bit of warmth. Let's try that, and then give this just a little bit of gain. Is this okay? Testing. Is it loud enough? Good, good. Did Cage only recently set up a Patreon? Do you know? No, he's had one for years. At least 2 years. Okay, so as I was saying from before, you can create an effect track, and within this effect track, you can have it feedback into itself. So you send a signal, like Polymer, into the effects rack, right? And then you can have it feedback there. That's one way to do it. Second way to do it is to open up the effects grid, grab a long delay, and you need a blend or something, either a mixer or a blend, either work. I usually just use blend because it's like that way it's like a 50 or like it's a ratio mix. And you do this, and now you've got feedback. It has to be a long delay though. And so if you start to put other stuff in here, like distortion or whatever, be very careful with this. Cool. The more complicated way to do this is to grab a delay plus and go audio receiver. And you want one in the feedback effects. Then you want another one here. And you're going to want this to be... I might have to look this up again. But if you go Polymer, effect layer chains, you go layer 2 pre. This takes the input from this and will create a delay into this. And so if you mix this in, you can also get feedback from that as well. So like, let's say you put just like a little EQ right here. This other thing that I have here with this little guy is another way to do it. So you go feedback receiver into itself. So this is going here. Then on this one, you have a delay plus, and this is taking the audio receiver from this. And so you can mix this in and get stuff. But yeah, that's a few different ways that you can do that. If you want to create like a more CarPlus network, my recommendation is to do a bunch of comb filters. Oh, not this one. Like this in parallel. Nope, just like, it's just like dry out here. And yeah, it always leaves me like Make sense? So, yeah. Cool? Cool. That's how you do the feedback stuff. Now be gone. No, just kidding. But yeah. All right, so we started this drum and bass track on Monday. And you can choose other distortions, not those from Bitwig. In the effects grid, no. In the parallel chain, yes. But dude, like, Bitwig has some of the best distortion curves. And it has its own wave shaper too. So you have a choice between all of these, but you also have the transfer curve where you can just make your own waveform. So this would be like Fruity Wave Shaper or whatever. You just... Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, it's a cool little excuse me. Cool little roller. So yeah, I think the first thing that we're gonna do is try to add some atmosphere to this. So let's throw this on here. Don't really need that distortion on here. What we could probably do instead on this is add some Grange. Set this to like 12. Set this to a slow rate. And turn the sidechain off for a bit. And then we want like a really large and spacious Caesar's Warehouse. Tomorrow's your last payment. Are you happy with it? Just like remove this LFO. There we go. It still sounds like something is vibrating though, and I don't really like that. I'm not happy. Wait. I am not very happy with the program. You don't like it? Yeah, that's nice. I'll just work this backwards. Oh, now having to rinse it. Okay. Yeah, I almost never buy anything off Plugin Boutique. Use a filter and sweep that up. Sweep it up. Sweepy, sweepy. You couldn't buy it out early? That's insane. I have to get going, but wanted to pop in when you said you were live. Yeah, dude. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. Yeah, after like 6 months, I wanted to pay the rest and get my ownership, but PB only allowed to either pay the full price again or continue renting. It's so stupid. That sounds pretty predatorial. That's fucked up. I want this to be somewhere, but it doesn't really. How are we feeling about the kick? Is the kick too distorted, or does it? I don't know. Zayaku was thinking that it was a little bit too much. It's weird. Like, I think that on the one, it feels like a bit much. But on the ghost hits, so maybe it's just that this is like it's too layered. Always tells me to go off of a reference in terms of how one shots should sound. I guess. Like I don't know. Maybe I should pull back off of this. Wait. Where's the... Oh, okay, I did. Cool. All right, so how do I want to start this track? Let me look up this is where I would use a reference because for whatever reason song structure just like always eludes me whenever I have a cool little groove going on. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to look up like I don't know, signature. Signature signal. No, that's a different vibe. Boom. Wow. Oh, that's machine code and disprove and signal. I think like this era was my biggest like inspiration for drum and bass. Back when Amanu was still Signal. You know they make you watch 2 ads now every time you watch a video on YouTube. It's fucking bullshit. Got it. Okay, so atmosphere and hats. Atmosphere and hats. Let me see if I have like a... Oh, this is completely muted. Okay, so I'm just gonna listen to the drums for a second, see if there's a groove in here that... I mean, I suppose I could just do like a filter or something. How happens if I take the drums out? What's up, Unk? See if we can pull it from this atmosphere over here. Are you talking about Sludge? Thank you for listening to that, I appreciate it. Create some more like tension effects there. Pretty much just this. This is my show. Is it me or is this is my sound doubling over? Check. It looks like it is. What the fuck? Let me see if I can fix that real fast, everyone. Sorry. I've done a few DJ gigs and stuff. Oh, that's why. Okay. The sound quality of this should be fixed. There we go. Why didn't anybody tell me? Okay, so I want another bass right here. It's gonna be just like a whoa. And I'm gonna see if I can find it because I know that I'm pretty sure I have something close to it. You could probably use that. Internet in my country is very shoddy. That makes two of us. Not quite. There we go. More of a homebody, but every once in a while I go to shows. I went to this 360 sound system and wore earplugs and legit had spiritual experiences while dancing to the subs. I'm a homebody as well. I don't fucking go outside. That's exactly what I was looking for. Maybe just a little faster. Also, I'm going to turn the release up so that way the delay of whatever this is holding on to is. But yeah, I don't usually go to shows myself just because uh it hurts my ears even with earplugs. Okay, so that needs to be like twice as fast. Sorry. I'm being a very big stickler on this. Just because as you can hear, like the timbre doesn't quite mix as well as I want this to. I'm a balance, Gracie. Yeah, thanks for coming in and spoiling my fucking surprise. Nah, it's good to see you. Take care. I think this will work. I'm just giving you shit. You're fine. Okay, I'm going to pitch this down a little bit. Okay, that sounds pretty good. Whoa. Is key signature a thing in this kind of music? I mean, yeah, you still have to have a fundamental, but it doesn't have to be as musical, you know? But there should be something that, you know, has a memorable, you know, a memorable aspect to it. Like, for me, like, this is very simple, but it's do, do, super, super dumb, you know, but it works. Cool. Let's layer this kick now with some other shit. Maybe just like And maybe we can have some kind of like roaring bass or something. Wait, what was the key of this though? Oh, it was F, okay. If anybody likes these sounds, alchemy.com. I just put them out in my latest pack of paper trails. That's fucking sick. I'm sure that we can turn that into something fun. I'll just take the whole thing. And then, I don't know, let's put beam on it and maybe some kind of low pass filter or something. Filter, where are you at? So this will help hopefully keep it from, actually, we'll just do this. And then I'll put a filter on it here. Because I don't really know what I want this to be. I just want it to be cool. Okay. All right. I'm interested. What in the Skyrim skill tree VST? It's called Beam. It's kind of using atmosphere to our advantage here. Not as heavy as I want it to be, but Yeah, it's I think this is great. Like it's a great stepping stone for where I want to be. But I mean, obviously in a perfect scenario, I really want to just I want to go heavier. Cool. So with this, what I'm also going to do is I'm just going to solo this, and we're going to create offspring that I can use for risers and stuff to create tension. And what I could also do is I can insert like some kind of small motif. Well, let me take care of this first, and then we'll see what else we can get out of the ting. I can't see a blasted ting. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so let me solo this now. And this is at -5. So we'll pitch this up by 5. Yeah, that's sick. Just sounds like whispers, man. It's so cool. We can use something interesting like cluster delay. As my partner Corey says, I like it. Okay, so we need to turn this down just a little bit. And then yeah, I gotta figure out how to mix this. Excuse me. So something needs to go right here that needs to be like introducing volume to make this loud, because when it gets back to here, I could also turn this down a little bit to even it out, but I'm just gonna make it. Actually, what I could even do is go test tone. We interrupt this broadcast. I'm just gonna record this for a sec. And then I'll go here, give us a little bit of this. And just slowly fade that out, slowly fade this out. So now I just think that this needs a bunch of effects, to be honest. Yeah. You know, shit like that. This track is only 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Fuck. Well, what I could do is go from... Sorry. Welcome to the club. Such a great machine. Thank you. Yeah, I'm excited to open it up and fuck with it and stuff. But for some reason, whenever I like start doing hardware stuff, everybody leaves. So maybe it's just because it's so boring, or I don't really know what the deal is. So what I'll do is when I'm done with streaming, I will maybe hop on Discord and then like, share the camera or whatever and do the thing. But yeah, man, people just do not vibe with hardware unless if your name is John Makes Beats, but nobody can be John Makes Beats because he's a G. Yeah, I had a point to that sad story, but it'll be fun, and I'll probably do some reorganizing to my desk and figure out how to fit these two fucking monsters on here, because not only did I get the Tonverk, but I also got the Leviathanth, and that's going to be a lot of fun to try to open up and do all the things with. I think is going to be really, really interesting. What does this project need? Can we do one more listen through? I wasn't expecting to like finish a rough arrangement of this quickly. To that part yet? I'm stoked to see what you do with the Leviathan. Me too, because it's fucking crazy. Do you all know what it does? You had it pre-ordered, but got cold feet to join my other 5 diggies. Wait, 5 digital synths, or you have 5 digitags? I mean, what? Digitag? Digitone? What else you got? Have the Digitag 2, the Electron Heat, or the Analog Heat Plus, and then I swapped out the Digitone for the Tonverk. Going to copy this and I'm going to paste it over this way. Yeah. That's a cool little jam. Ja? It's not too bad. It's not a great arrangement, but it's cool little viber. And what's cool is like I can also, sorry to say that so much, but I can also come back to this and change out certain things or whatever. But when it comes into this kind of music, I feel like it really thrives on just sticking to one kind of emotion or like one kind of vibe. So rather than this be, 20 minutes, 45 seconds to 3:34. Yeah, so it's almost a 3-minute track. And I think that it kind of gets the job done. But I don't know. Like, maybe there's something else that I can switch up to make this a little bit more interesting and stuff. But I don't know. Does it feel repetitive? I almost feel like it ends too short, but I almost like that because I would just want to listen to this on repeat. Mixing problems aside, I know I can hear that there's all kinds of clipping and stuff going on, but I don't really care about that right now. Yo, what's up, Graham? Yeah, man, I've been improving. I've been improving on in the drum and bass world. It's getting there. It's getting there. I still I still want to make like really heavy neurofunk and all of that, but it's coming along, and I've been using stepping stones of different types of DMB. Oh my gosh, yeah, for sure. But it's still not easy. Like drum and bass is so hard. See if I can give this a little bit of pizzazz. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think like what really makes this track come together is partly the drum groove because it's like very techy. But the other thing is actually not the other shit, it's the sub. Where's the sub? This. So this relationship is really what makes this come together, I feel like. Because that's what makes it bounce, right? This thing is pretty cool too. There's also that thing, which I don't know where that is, but it's so cool. I think it's here. Yeah, this is like another sleeper thing. I don't even remember how I got this. But it's fucking awesome. How did I get this? I think it came from me doing... Was it from... What was this from? How did I get here? I don't know. It's on the last stream, but was it from this? Did I just like do a generator? Yeah, I did. It was just from a generator. Yeah, from Requiem. That's how I got that. That's fucking crazy. So I just took that and it literally had like this sequence and I was like, oh, fuck, okay. Like, what? I want this to be like dun. So I wonder if I could just do that like one time here. Bruh. Just that one part. I just want that to be like... Sweet. Y'all have any questions about this? Grim, are you still here? I have a question for you. You know anything about Bounce Trap? With like breaking the speakers with the kicks and the 808s? I think that I can make the kick, but I don't really get how to make it like interact with the sounds themselves to make it like, you know. I was wondering if you had any insight on that. I'm gonna go ahead and export this, and we'll just call this minimal DMB for now. I don't really know what I want to call this yet. Delete this from my library. We'll listen to this while we wait. Actually, let me take a quick break as well. Let me get some water and... It's what you mean to me. What you mean to me. Zaoku was supposed to come over at some point and help me finish this, but where's he at? What you mean to me. What you mean to me. I can get the kick part, I can't get the relationship with the drums. can't wait for this track to be done. Sorry guys, I'm taking a quick break, eating lunch. So the kicks are mostly the transient knock and you're focused on the low being mostly the sub. So it's like, but to get that like relationship, are you... Like, are you sidechaining the sub, or are you just trying to phase align them? Or... Let me show you. I figured out how to get the kick part. But to get everything, like, to sound that loud, with, like, the, wait. And the way that I wanted to... Like, I think that this kick is the right one. Like, let me even take this away, but just the thump. So I think I got that right. And then what I've been fucking with are just different, like, 808s and timbres and stuff to... Make the kick as short as you can. So this right here is Robu's back. And look how long his kick is. There's an 808 under this as well. But this is like the drums taken out. So I feel like it does have some kind of rumble in it, personally. For what I'm going for. But what's different that I figured out... Right, and that's what I've done with this, is that it's not in the sub-region, it's like, it's sub-sub-region. So... Hold on. You see how you can hear that there's a tail in here, but there's no, it's not like, what? You can't hear a fundamental over it. And I think that's the major player to this. You know what I mean? But even still, I've been fucking with subs for like 2 weeks. And just haven't been able to figure it out. Sorry. I did send Sal a message to see if he would be willing to help us out. It's too short to register a tone. You mean the pitch bend? Because like the pitch bend needs to be so fast that it doesn't land on a fundamental, and I think that's where you get the ugly bump. But like I said, I think I got the kick, but getting the boom, you know what I mean? The boom is I just don't know. But it's not even just bounce trap that people do it. It's sometimes like, well, John Casey does it really well. Which, by the way, guys, I found a fucking gold mine. I posted it here in helpful music resources. Look at this. Pretty much free John Casey master classes. And there's more. I just only posted 3 of them. But like each one of these I think are like an hour and a half. And the audio quality sucks, but it's still like worth, yeah. So I just found them. So if you haven't seen them, then go watch them, because I think that for this kind of thing. Well, yeah. I am not in a rush to go anywhere, and it's only 2 p.m. So what do you guys want to do next? Do we want to try to figure this genre out with the bounce trap stuff? Do we want to do some sound design and maybe work on some other neurofunk stuff? Um, I don't want to bust open the Tonverk yet. No, I haven't, but I probably should. Yeah, I don't want to bust out the hardware because as soon as I bust out the hardware, that's when everyone leaves. So I don't know why, but it's like, ah, fuck, this guy, fucking no good, no do gooder, no good doer, no do good gooder. Um, Asao is another person that has made some really cool tracks that I'm hoping that he responds. Yeah, I believe you. I just never thought. Leviathanth? It's right here. I haven't opened it yet. But I like the other thing is that I'm gonna have to hook it up, and I mean, do you all have the patience for that? I also don't know how I'm going to set this on my camera to like make it do the thing. Make it do the ting. Yeah. Cheer. Yeah, I'm excited, but I also don't know how I'm gonna set it up with everything yet. Because I've got my pedals down here. The Digitact is still hooked up to the analog heat, and I'm not sure. Excuse me. I heard that the Tonverk has some kind of latency issue, so I'm wondering if that needs to be at the end of the chain instead. Although that would kind of suck. Or maybe what I can do is go from the Digitact to the Tonverk to the analog heat, so that way the last thing to get MIDI is the Tonverk. The Tonvak. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to go Leviathanth into the pedals maybe? Fuck, I don't know. Yeah, I guess so. Leviathanth into the pedals, into the Digitact, into the Tonverk, into the analog heat. Or I could go Leviathanth into the Digitact, into the pedals, into the heat, into the Tonverk. Um, I just don't know. I don't know what I want to do. And that's kind of like, I feel like that's an off-stream journey adventure, because otherwise you guys are just gonna sit here me watching me fuck with cables and try to figure all that out. I also need to update them and whatnot, so I'll probably do it off stream. Is there is there anything else that you all want to cover today, or anything that we want to get into? Anything worth exploring? We are still going to do more drum and bass for the rest of the month. I'm thinking maybe even I can do like some bass design or like some timbral design for the next instrumentation that I want to do. But as of now, yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Um, okay, how do I make banger? How to make Bang and Reese? What would I want to do anyways? I've been watching or listening to these like Neurofunk mixes. Let me find a reference. And it's been pretty fun. Neurofunk 2026. I'm sorry, I would play it on stream, but I don't want to get copyrighted. God damn. Yeah, I really want to do a track like that. That's like a chugger. Like, you know what I mean? So if we can design something like that, that would be sick. Let's see what we come up with. Analog. That's a loop region on a sampler usually. Well, that's probably what we'll do. I don't know if you've been here as of late, but I've been actually like doing a lot more of like resampled stuff within Faceplant. Um, it's been really fun to do that. 10 out of 10 would recommend. See if we can get something interesting here. Yeah, and that's kind of what I've been trying to get more into is figuring out how to get that like, because really that's my favorite kind of neuro-based stuff. Is actually that's not true. I have two. The first is the chugging, you know, just. The second would be like the monstrous um, sounds that I use in a lot of my tracks, which you all have heard now. It's in almost every track that I make. That's like a heavy-esque type thing. But yeah, it'd be cool to make a track with both. It really, man, I just wish I was as cool as Disproof. That's that's what it comes down to. Actually, I'm gonna do a separate timing for this. That motherfucker's the truth. Well, back in the day they did, right? But I feel like these days most people don't do that. Well, I guess we were talking about old school, so I'll take that back, but okay. I like where this is going. Something that I've been doing a lot of lately that I would encourage other people to explore is this. Working with multiple different distortion types has been fucking crazy for making interesting sounds. Would totally recommend people check that out. So what you do is you mix it in, and sometimes you even do like multi-band distortion, because it's about it's about gentle saturation in the stages. So like, let me show you an example of something that I did not too long ago. And forgive me, you might have already seen it, but let's just pretend like this is for everyone else. Dude, there's something in my eye and it's bothering the fuck out of me. Fuck. Okay, so mixing in subtle amounts like this, and I think that I might have like one more other one or something like that. That's, yeah, even just that. You see how fat that is? And this, it doesn't seem like it, but this does make a really big difference. In some of these other things that I have on paper trails with these basses, let me see. Wait. They're in here. So this is meant for automation, I think. No, this isn't it. Automation, Burster. I think Griever might be one. Yeah, so. Like, this is really good for like halftime stuff. It's fucking crazy. And what I've been doing, like I said, is just a little bit at a time. And if you go overboard, then like you have to balance it out with a lot of EQ stuff. But as far as getting like interesting like crazy heavy timbres of like that cool like halftime bass stuff, I feel like this is where I'm at anyways for that kind of stuff. And this is more for like playing melodies and stuff, you know, like. You'd probably scoop the fuck out of the mids, but. But anyway, that's definitely a super inspiring thing. But give that a try. So like find some crazy waveform and just mix it in stages. And then not only that, but okay, have you seen well, fuck. Have you seen Cohen Sound's video on how they make basses on their Patreon and how they talk about Trash 2? Cuz that's essentially what I'm doing here. Except for this. This is an outlier, but working with those crazy ass waveforms, but like gently mixing them in is essentially like pretty much the exact same process of whatever the fuck it is that you want to call this. So what I'm going to do here is give myself a random on this and set this to 1/2. And I'm going to do this twice. You can see it basically extreme distortion in stages and band limited. Right. Set this to always. So this is the first stage. Now on this one, I'm going to do some other kind of, try to get like some interesting donk-esque stuff. And also maybe try to give it like cool, I don't know, vocal characteristics or something. I really wish that there was a way within Slice EQ to have the defaults where it has the full range. There might actually be a way. I need to ask them. But as of now, I don't know of any. And it is really annoying. Shit's bothering the fuck out of me. Tiny mouse, a bit of spread. Set the order to 4. Also, the top end of this is just also insane. I think I still want this to... Oh no, it's doing the thing. Ouch. See if I can just introduce a little bit of purposeful movement right here. And maybe see if I can just take the edge off of this as well, because it's so sharp. Yeah, one thing with like doing randomized stuff is that you, even though it's random, you usually still end up getting the same sounding shit, which is really annoying. So what I'm going to do now is we're going to turn these off. We'll grab a sampler. Set that to F1. And then we'll probably back off of all this stuff for now, because usually it ends up getting pretty insane. Could have sworn I set that to F1. And Do like another multi-pass thing or something, and excuse me. Mm. Getting some cool sounds, but I'm not really sure if it's anything that I'm necessarily looking for. I really would want this to be something that I want it to be loud, but I definitely want it to be clean, you know? So getting those kinds of sounds are just like pure, pure, pure. It might even benefit me from like not doing a bunch of sound processing to it other than just making it loud, because the very beginning of it was not terrible. So when we just were here and we didn't have this and we didn't have this, just the just coming back to that and trying to figure out how to make that more interesting. Yeah, and well, it's okay, so like the way that you get away with it, and it's not going to work for every sound, but what you have to do is you actually have to turn your sub down most of the time. And you can't you usually do not apply OTT until the last stage. That's how I've found successful use cases for stuff like this. For me, what I'm looking for is something that's a little bit more timbral, but yeah, if you cook it hot and then you throw it into the sampler, it's done. You can't do anything else with it. But if you leave some headroom and you actually turn your sub down a little bit, like let's say you distort and do like a bunch of shit to it, you turn the sub down, then you throw it into the sampler, then you can bring everything back up again. But you don't want to turn it down too much. You want it to be just enough to where the sound feels like even. You know what I mean? To where it feels like, all right, we're on a good playing field. And if you do that, then I think that it makes everything a little bit easier to work with. To be honest with you, though, even with just this, like, this actually sounds pretty cool. Like, all that sounds, like the tearing and, like, the yap, whap, you know? Even if the sub is not there, we can add it with a sine wave again. Yeah, that's very true. You want a little bit, because it's not about having sub in the final sound, but it's about pitting up the low harmonic with the upper stuff. Like a little bit of intermodular distortion is usually good. But if it's too much, then you either get something that just sounds muffled, and if it's not enough, then you get really sharp mids and highs. Actually sounds pretty cool. This would be really cool for like I honestly think like even just leaving it without the filtering like this is like all of that cool like mid-high stuff that has a nice sub with it. You know, like filtering isn't the only way to get like neuro sounds, but I don't know. I guess I always try to make shit talk. But this sounds really good. And if you have too much sub, you can just... Yeah, the way that's... That's just what this sounds like. Although I'm going to take a look at this and then I want to actually try to make something like it, but a little different. It's actually not too bad. This is mostly just... I want to say it's mostly just putting noise on the mids and the highs. Which I kind of do this anyways, but... I don't know what that's about, but I don't even know if that's helpful or not. Damn. All right. Try some other stuff here that's going to be a little bit different than what I did on the other one. Now, one thing that I'm also going to try is I'm going to see if moving these two together, I don't know why I said it like that, together, moving these two together will give me like an interesting movement piece. Did I just... I think I did. I'm going to see what happens if we distort this again together. See if we can get like a crazy... Please don't be fucking insane. Please don't be fucking insane. Okay. I've got $30,000 in credit card debt. And I have no way that I can pay it back yet. So for this, I want to take away all of the annoying frequencies about this. And try to just leave in the interesting bits, but... Yeah, that's just oppressive. So surely we can find something in there. I'm just going to use a new instance of Faceplant. to do the ting. Sampler F1 loop. Clipper. I got a Tonverk and a Leviathan. There it is. Cool. Yeah. Is this what I want to do? I wake up and hear you making super deezed basses and come to like time to open Bitwig. Yeah, I feel that. Thank you, by the way. I appreciate the kind words. Fuck. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, at some point. Is the new Electron hardware pretty neat? The Analog Rhythm Mark II always looked cool. I heard Electron is kind of getting some kickback as of recent though. Yes, you're right. They recently got bought out, and so everybody's like, what the fuck is gonna happen to the company? And who knows? I don't know. Like Akai bought out a lot of these other companies and stuff, and I actually think that they've been doing a pretty decent job. So hopefully Electron will follow suit, and maybe somebody will be able to get the code for the Octatrack 2 and make an Octatrack 3 or a Dodeca track or something like that, you know. But Yeah, the thing about the Tonverk, I don't really need to explain it, but in case if you're curious why I bought those two things, it's because I already sold the Digitone, and then I have the Iridium Core up for sale on Reverb if anybody wants to cop it. It's fucking phenomenal. It's a great piece of hardware. That being said, between those two devices, I upgraded. So the Tonverk takes care of some of the stuff that the granular engine does, and it's technically a better FM engine. So it also has granular. It also has more effects built into it. Um, it doesn't have as many filter types and like cool filter shit that you can do, I don't think, but it's there. And then I bought a Leviasynth, which is going to replace the other half of the Digitone and the other half of the Iridium Core. The Iridium Core has a 6 operator kernel engine, but the problem with it is that it's a little bit cumbersome to design, but it's fully like it's a full matrix. It just there's so many menus that I had to jump through in order to get there. Now, when it comes into the Leviasynth, it has all the FM stuff and whatever, but it doesn't have the custom wavetables. It doesn't have the granular. It doesn't have the sampling. It doesn't have custom waveforms. So you get what I mean. So between the Tonverk and the Hydrasynth, I pretty much swapped out the Digitone, which was a little bit more rigid on the sound design thing, had a great sequencer or whatever, and then swapped out the Iridium Core for more flexibility, so to speak. And the other thing about the Tonverk that's really cool is that not only do you have the wavetable engine now, but you can actually do FM with custom wavetables. And so I think that's usually plenty for the kind of stuff that I want to do. But guys, like I've I've got to have at least more than 1,000 wavetables. Like, um, what should we call this patch, by the way? Let's figure that out first. What should I call this patch? And then I'll show you, I'll take a look at how many wavetables I have. Which, by the way, if you all like my sounds, please check out alchemy.com. Um, everything, like, I don't hold back my sounds. Like, I don't gatekeep. The only thing that I do gatekeep behind a paywall, well, hold on. Wait. Let me slow down. These sounds are for sale. The only thing that I gatekeep as far as knowledge behind a paywall are my drums. Deep Space Alligator. I'm cool with this. I'm cool with Alligator. We'll do more sounds and stuff. And I'm going to favorite this because I think that this came from Rip Ass. Strong. But yeah, like as a means of like wavetables and stuff, like look how much shit I have. So these are all folders. Not all of these folders are mine. Like for example, this is the first 150 Pokemon that Cymatics put out like years ago. That was like the one positive thing that they did for the community for free. But I mean, yeah, I have so many tables. I don't think these are mine. The D-Light ones? Ecclesia. Do I make my own wavetables? I do. But rephrase the question, not to be rude, but rephrase the question and ask me how like what what would I be designing the wavetable for? Like what is the intended purpose? That would be super helpful. Okay, I don't think that I have over 1,000 wavetables on here, but I do think that I might have like I don't know, 500. Yeah, probably 500 wavetables ish that I've made that I never use. They come up. It's funny because like these actually come up more in this kind of stuff than they do with the kind of things that I use, but they're still really nice. So like Something that I would recommend that some people would check out. Did I do everything I wanted to do this patch? I think so. Is using these wavetables for like stuff that's not necessarily intended for base. Oh man, I don't know. How would I rephrase that? Let me think on that. No. Like, what would the wavetable be for? Sorry, it's not like a you need to rethink and ask me a smarter question, but like I'm asking you, like, am I making it for base? Am I making it for texture? Am I making it for pads? Like, because that would dictate where I would go with this. But yeah, like having stuff like this, it's too much. There should be. I mean, you could, you know. This is one thing that's kind of annoying because I want this to um I want this to show the full range, not just the scale. And that's what annoys me about this sometimes. So I wanted to see the whole thing. I wonder, can you right click this? I don't think that it goes below 75 though. So there's that. Yeah, you also can't right click it, so that's kind of annoying. So for bases, you have a wavetable maker. This is your sub, which is the 1. Don't confuse this with the DC, because this is the very first thing that you can actually work with. You want to keep that down and keep this up. And when it comes into building waveforms, you have harmonics here that you can just draw in, which this isn't what I do, by the way, like just as a random thing, but you can make this, and then what you do is you don't click and drag, you just click on the next section or where you want to create like a, what would we call this, like a keyframe, and you make a different wavetable. Kind of like so. What I like to do is I like to keep this here, as you can see, because now I can actually look at the wavetable and look at what this is doing, right? But there's more to it. So for example, something that you can do is like you can apply all these effects, which are a lot of fun. So if we go here and then we do this, where we start to duck this out, we create a frame here. Remember, don't click and drag, just click where you want this to be. We'll change this to this guy and set this here. And give this just a little bit of interest. We go done. Now look at how this is shifted. But wait, there's more. So we can also do other stuff like apply these effects, which I really hope that in the future, Kilohearts adds more effects to the wavetable options. Because there's some really cool stuff in here that you can do, and I would like them to do more. Like, I don't know, like bin minus and all of the other morphing shit that you would normally do, which you can actually in some cases, and I'll show you how in just a second. So check this out. So let's go right here. We're gonna make this insane and just give this some shift, kind of like so. And the one thing that you want to pay attention to when you're doing this is this guy, if you're making bases. Because if this starts to go below everything else, then you're going to lose your sub. Which you can always bring it back. But you see how this right here starts to go down a little bit? It's not the end of the world, but it is something to keep in mind. Now, the thing that you have to also keep in mind is that this is going to make this insane. So usually this will make this like super peaky and all that, and you can fix it at the end with the normalize. Or you can remove the DC offset as well. Sometimes that's a good thing to do. But yeah, and like it's cool because you can spend as much time with this as you want. So we'll just go here and leave that there. And now I've got all these like crazy fucking keyframes on this, right? That have all this interesting shit. We go, okay, done. Now let's do some more to it. So we'll go line fundamentals. Oh, that's what I was going to show you. So we'll go here. Shit. Cancel. And what I think we want to do is go here maybe. Here. There should be a way to do this without changing the waveform, but I don't remember how. Cut. Edit. Paste. Oh, yeah. So now you could do crazy shit like this. This is some advanced shit that I haven't shown everybody yet. I totally forgot about this. Transform tool. How do I access that normally though? But yeah, so you can splice that in and now we've got like an oddball waveform right there that just, I don't know, does the thing. You can just grab this section right here and blend it. Kind of like that. It's not perfect, but it works. But if we go here, file, fixes, fix seam. How do I get back to the transform tool? Because that's like the coolest fucking thing on here. You didn't know that Faceplant had a wavetable maker? Edit, delete, fixes, align frames, align all phases. Sorry guys, I'm still looking for the pen tool, morph tool. I guess it's only shit. When you cut and paste. But let's say you grab a section like this and you want to use this, right? So you go edit, copy. You go over here and you pull this in and you go edit, paste. Well, what you can do is you can start to do your bin plus and minus like this by creating something here like this. And you go done. Then you go here and you go to this guy. You go edit, paste. And you take the waveform like this and you go done. But you grab this and you go edit, delete. And now you crossfade in between these. So you do this and you go edit, sorry, crossfade. And so now check this out. That's linear. Let's try spectral. It's not quite the same, but yeah, there's that. To be honest, I really only go for Serum 2 most of the time. I do know Serum 2 has its own wavetable editor, but I'm usually unsure if it's advanced as this. It's got its own stuff. I don't like working in it because there's a normalization process that it does, and it drives me crazy. But I mean, Serum has its own list of effects and things that you can apply. And if you know math or you're good at that, then you can also do shit like that as well. But anyways, now we have a custom wavetable. We can create another wavetable. We can go into a sine wave here. And go like this. Actually, we'll do this. And then over here, we'll do this. And we go done. And so now we can kind of set this into going into bin minus. Right? And so if we wanted to, this would be how you can do your little growlies. Probably would rather leave it there, but you can find a nice place and see this? This is what creates those cool growls. See how it kind of creates that ow. And then you can just, I don't know, throw in one of my racks or something. Sure. Sorry, that's a bit much. Let's try one of these. Kind of like those old school growl Skrillex would use just before the processing. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what this is. See? You can even do this a little bit where like you provide a little bit of movement through this. But I mean, yeah, this just worked out, I guess. This is actually like that's what's creating this vowel, which is fucking crazy. Like this is a very simple. Yeah, this is a super simple setup. Man, God, I gotta bitch for a second because I left a comment on this tutorial on YouTube that was like the last growl tutorial you ever need. And anytime I see some shit like that, I always just am like, all right, settle in, put your seatbelt on. And the tutorial was okay, but I don't think that the guy knew that like when you stack a bunch of, let's say like notch filters and stuff with the filter, like with the auto filter device, that when you get to the OTT stage, you get an insane amount of aliasing. And so I just left this comment. I was like, hey, you know, just so you know, you don't have to use like crazy cutting and stuff. But I got like 3 or 4 people that just were like, you don't know what you're talking about. Show me your base design tutorials. Like, you whatever. And I was just like, what did I say? I was like, you guys are barking up the wrong tree. I've been making bass tutorials for like almost 10 years, and I still have a lot to learn about him, but I fucking kids, man. Little bitch ass kids. Yeah, I think so too. There's one that's like watch these videos and be able to reverse engineer any sound. Yeah, I actually did a reaction video to that, to one of those. I know. It's like, why do I have to do the labor to try to prove to you that I know about bass design when I'm over here making music? Like, what the fuck are you doing? But it's just the nature of the interaction is just like, I should have said Google me, bitch, but that's not really helpful to helping anybody now, is it? But anyways, that's how you can make wavetables and stuff. We'll call this rave table because you asked me about it. And I will throw this into the Tonwerk when it's time. I'll probably just, I don't know. I'm just going to chuck this in somewhere into the rage table. No, of course it's best to ignore them and whatnot, but like I guess like I have a desire to like to help people learn how to think about shit, you know? I don't have anything to prove. If somebody's like, yo, Alchemy, you fucking suck at bass design or whatever, I'm like, all right, well, here's my music to fall back on. Here's my sounds. I've been making this shit. I've got all the whatever. If you don't like it, that's one thing. But when you put out messages like that, for one, the last growl tutorial that you'll ever need, where it's also like not the best, you know, like you're trying to put yourself on a platform saying that I fucking have the answer and um this is it. It's like, ugh. They just aren't ready and appeals to other people who aren't ready. Well, and that's the problem though, right? Is because they can be ready, but for whatever reason, people just get really hyper fixated on shit. Myself included. I'm a lot better about it now, but like I get really hyper fixated on learning how to do stuff, you know? Because like music, technology music was, well, we'll just call it that. Technology based music is very fucking technical and requires a lot of sciencing, you know? But I don't ever fucking say like I'm the best neural based tutorial maker out there. Some other people do, and I tell them no. Because I don't believe that. You know what I mean? Like, why would you go watch me? Well, except for free, right? But assume all of these resources are free. But why would you go watch me when you can go watch Noisia, right? You can go watch Cohen Sound. You can go watch Boonshin. You can go watch Chi and Cage and all of those other fucking guys that are 10 times better than I am. 100 times better than me. Whatever skill gap you want to put in between there is just, I don't really care. You get what I'm saying? So how fucking arrogant would I have to be like, this is it? AU5. AU5 AU5 is a sound design wizard genius, but I feel like I don't really feel like he covers drum and bass sounds a lot. You know what I mean? A lot of his stuff is more centered around dubstep and color bass and um whenever I think of AU5 sound design, I think of Spectral. It's not to say that he probably can't make sick fucking Reese's and shit. It's just that he doesn't show that stuff. Or same thing with Virtual Riot. Another incredible artist and stuff, but like his focus, like their aesthetic is in a different place. Oh yeah, I've subscribed to Cohen Sound's Patreon. I've subscribed to Noisia's Patreon. I've subscribed to all of the people that I want to learn from because like that's how I figured shit out. Circa 2017, when I sent Copycat a random DM and I was like, hey man, I love your music. Can I pay you for lessons? Please teach me. And he was like, yeah, I'll take your money. Um, I don't mean that in like a he's all about money, because he's actually a really great person, but as in a means of like he said yes. So do I recommend Noises? I do, but the thing about Noises Patreon these days is that they have been bringing on other people to do their tutorials. There's a lot of stuff that I still want to learn from them that I feel like they haven't shared. But they cover the basics. So they cover like basic drum design, they cover like classic Reese's, and have some really great videos. I think that one of them is actually for free on the Harmonic series, which is how they make a lot of stuff. Um, it's definitely there's definitely value in there. I just wish that they kept going with their own tutorials, because like I said, I have so many questions that I want to know from them that maybe in their mind they're like, we've shown you enough and we're going to let other people show you stuff, if that makes sense. But I want to know how to do so many things that they've done. The Cohen Sound one though, one of the dopest videos that they put out was they showed how all of the basses from like most of their most popular tracks were made, and that was a gem. I was like, oh my god, that was so helpful. Are they making it like Vision Focus Patreon now? Having people from Vision? Yeah, exactly. And they also like, because it's not just for people that are for producer. It's not just for producers. It's for people that are interested in the music side, like as fans, or um the one where they showed all of their basses and how they did it. That one's free. You're kidding. I'm subbed to Let's Synthesize on Patreon. Big part down to the Discord and time he puts in to help feedback in there. Yeah, dude. Fuck, what is his name? Dan Lars, right? Dan Larson. That dude has been around forever. Like he's been around since before I started. Yeah, he's been around since before I started making tutorials. You also have Artifacts, not to be confused with Artifact. Um, Skrillex used him. What? Who else is making really good stuff? Oh, there's a masterclass with Monument slash Emperor that's free. I just posted um, a John Casey like series. She has a Patreon as well. Cage has a Patreon where he does some wild shit. I'm trying to get Zane Wolf to start one, but I think he's just too busy. But like, yeah, guys, like everything that you want to learn is available. And the only reason why I offer you to keep coming back to my channel is because I'm more accessible, and I have my own way of teaching and my own sound, my own way of doing shit. But I would still say like I'd pay for all that shit. I'd pay all those guys. And the other difference about me with those other guys is that my lessons are cheap. My lessons are very cheap compared to most people. The reason you're here is because I'm cheap. Cheap thrills. Is that all I am to you? Frequent has a Patreon, which he has a free series. There's a platform called Sample Genie. Yeah, dude, I went through all of that. I went through all of Sample Genie. Do a lot of hardstyle, Gabber, and hardcore, and currently harder class, which is all right. Were you around when I did the hard wave stuff? I appreciate that. Thank you. Like, it's not quite hardstyle, but it does have a lot of musicality to it, and a lot of that other stuff. Yeah, and they even have like a free version, right? I don't know if they still do that or not, but you can like subscribe to them, and they would give out like monthly shit for free from like Belane, or just a bunch of people. But I don't know. I um I really wish that they brought back some of the heavy hitters. Like I wanted to I actually hit up Disproof, who goes by Kawaido now, but I hit him up a long time ago and was like, "Yo, can we talk about lessons and stuff?" And that never happened. It fell through, but I would fucking love to study under him. I remember seeing some stuff for Hardwave. It was like distorted future bass trap stuff. Yeah, so a lot of the sound, a lot of the same kind of sounds that you would get from hardstyle and gabber and trance, but in the style of trap. I did a couple of tracks like that a few weeks ago. The paid monthly samples were insane, but the tutorials are really good on there too. Yeah, I could recommend Disprove. Who else did I buy? I bought the Audica thing. Um, I bought some other people too. I just don't remember. The Clamps Masterclass that was in French with subtitles. Hell yeah. Um, what's it called? Here, let's take a look. Let's take a looky. I'll show you what I've purchased that I thought was really good. Oh, my keyboard needs to wake up. Hold on one second. I apparently if you just type a bunch of fucking keys, it wakes up faster. It's kind of like the elevator in Metal Gear Solid. Is it Sample Genie? Okay, hold up. I don't want you to see my credentials. Yeah, Joe Ford has a really good one. I think Bunshin is on here as well. Like some of his older stuff. But let me see. Courses. I have more than that. Oh wait, no, I haven't bought these. Video Vault. Tutorial library? That's one thing about this site that I don't really like. It's kind of hard to figure out what I have and what I don't have. Okay, yeah. So we've got Bunshin, Abyss, Disprove, Abyss, Hybris, which I'm not gonna lie, guys, I was a little disappointed in this one. Um, yeah, just because it was so like, yo, what's up, Moth Thorpe? Akov, he's got some good stuff. Do you guys remember Akov's video? Um, talking, it was like a bass tutorial, and it got taken down for being too lewd or something, and sound design to it. Yeah, we've done that here a few times. Like, but the problem is that I have to open up Ableton to do that. Hey, Nasu. Sorry, Masu Bisubi. What up? State of Mind, Audica, Disprove, Halogenics. So, but to be honest with you guys, even though I've been like having a huge drum and bass kick, I haven't watched these recently. I think it's been at least a year. Did they go over the track The Wall, either a remix by Bunshin or just the OG by Abyss? I don't think so. I don't think so. So far though, um, not this one, but Disprove's drum tutorial I've had since like 2017, and that was like really big for me. Frequencies tutorial. It's on here somewhere. I've purchased it, but there's like a drum design thing that he has that was just like fuck. That was really good. Joe Ford also moved to Bitwig in his latest videos. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Not surprised. A lot of people, honestly, like most of the people that I know, as far as, and I don't know Joe Ford, but most of the people that I know that are up here, yo, what's up, Wicked? They do both. If they have, if they start from Ableton, they'll usually like do some stuff in Bitwig and then like jump back or whatever. Or, um, I don't want to drop names, but some people that I've talked to like use every fucking DAW for different shit, and I'm just like, it's a little bit of an overload for me personally, but yeah, certain DAWs are just better for certain shit, I guess. But it's so hyper specific, you know. Silent, long time, changed to Bitwig. I haven't heard his music in a long time. Renoise and Bitwig for me. Ah, dang, that track is sick. That makes sense. Named it Serum Patches is all. Yeah, yeah, it was something like that. And he was like talking about building harmonics, and he was like these tiny little dicks, and I think that that didn't bode well. For some reason, I've always exported tracks to master in FL from Ableton. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's just your thing, you know? Maybe it's because if you work in FL on a Mac, it just sounds different. You know what I'm saying? It just it's just not the same. Actually, I haven't heard anything from Tokyo Machine either. Red Pill? I don't know who that is. Although your guides for neurobase design were highly rewatchable for me. I appreciate that. Yeah, he like the hi-hat god. He kind of like the hi-hat god. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, guys. I do have a little bit of like superhero complex with trying to pull the hip hop community out of their own asses. Um, I had a talk with this with with Chi, and he put me in, he kind of had to like check me a bit because he was talking about how hip hop and rap and all that stuff like have a really big skill set with working with recording artists, which 100% give them credit for that because we don't do that usually, right? But when it comes into anything that is remotely technical, um, you just run into this shit that's like, yo, I don't fuck with FL Studio on Mac because it doesn't sound the same. And I'm just like, God damn it. What the fuck are we doing here? What are we doing here? FL Studio is the most advanced DAW because you can do hi-hat rolls on the piano roll. Bitwig can make any kind of beats you want. That's I'm not going to assume anything. But any DAW can make the kinds of beats that you want to make. And that's a really like it's a natural question for people that are trying to learn about other shit, but it's not about that. It's never about that because, all right, here's the thing. Every single DAW has this, not this. Every single DAW, except Renoise, if you're working in a fucking tracker or something, but that's a different conversation, has this. This is like has a timeline, right? Ain't ever seen any tutorials on hip hop and Bitwig, or better yet, Afro? Well, I will say I haven't done any tutorials on Afro, but bro, what? um, I can't speak for everybody else, but personally, I've got a bunch of fucking shit. I'll say that. What I was gonna say was that every single DAW has a timeline, and so even if you don't fuck with the plugins, whatever, you can still put your samples on the timeline, right? Every single DAW does that. Every single DAW can apply effects. Every single workstation has automation, has, you know, a certain suite of fundamentals about them that are never a barrier to entry to can I make X kind of music? You get what I mean? It really comes down to like very, very hyper specific things like, oh, I'm really into a specific way of sound designing. That's what Bitwig caters to. Oh, I really like FL Studio for the piano roll. I really like FL Studio for the first party plugins. I really like Ableton because there's a huge list of tutorials that have, 20 plus years now of videos on it. You get what I mean? But when it comes into the making music aspect, it's it, yeah, and like Afro beats is such a simple genre anyways that like bro, just like get a drum kit and throw some samples down and put a melody over it and sidechain that bitch. 90% of electronic music is made the same way. You know what I mean? Like you get drums, you get bass, you get musical stuff, and you put it together. And then you have a beginning and you have a middle and you have an end. The only thing that's different are the nuance of it, say rhythm or aesthetic or, I don't know, if you do drift funk, then you need to have a fucking cowbell in it. But like it's just an instrument. Like music, like composition is what I'm saying. Patcher is pretty goated, but it is a little bit unorganized. Well, rather a little bit chaotic. The more hip hop genres originating from where I'm from are ingrained with bass music. Me too. And that's why I make halftime. That's my primary genre. Like I'm not even a drum and bass guy. I make drum and bass sounds, but I've always been ingrained in the halftime and hip hop and whatever. Like um that's always been my shit. But to be honest with you, everything from 1980s on came from hip hop and house or techno, whatever you want to call it, whichever one you want to tackle first, right? Breaks, trap, you know, jungle, trance, deep house, all that shit. Like it all came from that period. I know that everything came from tribal music from where it first originated, all that other stuff, but I'm talking about from like the last half century. And using the envelopes makes it so tedious. To be honest with you, I think that if you want to like if you really want racks for FL Studio, like Faceplant or sorry, Multipass and Snap Heap are probably like the best bet for you because they give you all of that edge of having as many effects that you want with really clear structure of what it is that you want to pull up, you know? dude, when dubstep became a thing in like 2008 to 2010, like I was in high school. I didn't know what the fuck was going on around that time, but and 100 times faster than Patcher. Yeah, but it's not to say that you can't. It's just not as fun, right? Or it's like not as straightforward as say building an effect rack in Ableton or Bitwig. But that's what I'm saying, right? Is like it's in the nuance. It's not that you can't do the things. It's that you have to you got to find some workarounds for some stuff. I would actually argue that it's not because you can just use the pen tool and just draw automation over stuff, you know? Or like use the stepper. I'm pretty sure that FL Studio has a stepper. And so you just do that over the course of 32 bars or whatever. And then you like go back and you have your automation lines and you just like, you get what I mean? It's not that big of a deal. In any case, I was talking about something. Yeah. Um, I don't know. I definitely want to bring the hip hop community to a higher level of consciousness, which it already exists in some cases, but I feel like those guys cascade into our world anyways, and usually they make stuff that's beyond just the oh, let me do this, you know, 4 beat melody on repeat and throw some 808s over it and hi-hats and then I'm done. We used to be Bluetooth, old Scream and Benga tracks to each other and lowest bitrate MP3s. Right. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Fucking Bar 9, right? Bar 9. I love Bar 9, but Bar 9 to me is like the Beatles of dubstep. Which back in the day, like people were okay with that, right? They were okay with how repetitive it was. But going back and listening to that stuff now, I've got like 30 seconds to a minute, and then there's only so many times that I can listen to for like 5 fucking minutes. Or do you guys remember how repetitive Gargoyle was? I recently listened to that track not too long ago, and I was just like, damn. And back in the day, they would just repeat the fucking song twice. You know what I mean? So like they would make like half of a song and then break it down and then play the same exact drop again and not make any changes to it. We've evolved. We have certainly evolved. But yeah, back in the day that was acceptable, and now if you do that, I feel like the community will rip into you. Or what I think people do instead is like if you just have like a single drop, like you just make the song shorter. And I'm actually okay with that. You know what I mean? If you're going to make like a 2 minute track and it's just like, here's the idea, rather than trying to like tack on minutes and seconds, you just cut it. And it's like, all right, that was cool. I can either run it back or I can, move on to the next track. But, a 6 minute fucking song where 3 minutes into it, you just put it on repeat. I don't know, man. I guess like synthwave or something can get away with that, but I can't do it with bass music because it's already exhausting to listen to for the most part, especially like hella aggressive music like that back in the day. Um, in light of that, does anybody have any questions about anything, or is there anything that you all want to? Techno is different. I don't feel like that's in the same category. because techno and house are different to me because they are way more digestible because they're hypnotic and they're not usually constantly berating you with mid to high end frequency content. You know what I mean? Like if you listen to a groove like in exactly, if you listen to a groove in like house music, a lot of times all of the synths and whatever that they have just sit in this pocket of like really nice low end and all of the high end stuff is very smooth, you know? And so there's the hypnotic aspect to it to where the more that you listen to it, the more that you get into it because you're on a wavelength. But when you have really aggressive synths and just like you know what I mean? It's just like fuck, okay. You know, and you walk away from it and you talking to your partner or something and you're like, what? The first time and being blown away, he did a mini mix on BBC Radio. I I found culprits in like weird stuff first before I saw his before I got into like some of the stuff that I was like, damn, this is crazy. I think like Cat on Mars or something was the first track I found from him, and that was a very different vibe than what his other stuff was. Yeah, culprit's a G. I remember when he put out that video on how to Cohen sound, and he was like, "Yeah, it's just this," and me thinking like, "Oh, if I follow this exactly, then I'm gonna be able to make sounds like them." No, no. But the crazy thing was that he was still right. It's just that I didn't have the insight of all of the other shit that went into whatever the fuck he was doing to be like, "Oh, this is what you're supposed to do," you know? I think that something that more people should do, and maybe I should do it too, um, which I don't know how I would do that with a format, but I think one of the major pitfalls that we run into with tutorials online, assuming that the sounds are good, you know. Oh yeah, dude, fucking Mosaic was like it's still one of my favorite songs. Sorry, I got derailed for a sec. But just because you make a cool sound doesn't mean that it's just you just fucking pop it into a track and it works, you know? So sound treatment as a means of molding and contextualizing, I think is something that I want to hear from more from a lot of other producers. And I talk about it on my stuff whenever I do like track breakdowns and all that, but actually focused videos on okay, you made this thing, right? Here are the factors that go into what you have to do in order to make these two play nice with each other. And the problem with it is that it's not a like I wouldn't even call it a mixing tutorial. I think it's still a sound design tutorial, which I guess you could argue is either the same thing, but I want more people to cover that stuff. Oh, I know. I can't fucking stand that shit. Yeah, and that's like why my whole channel has always been about and I'm not trying to say like, oh, I'm better than those people or whatever, but that is exactly why my tutorials are not like that. Is because I don't want to teach you how to copy. I want to teach you how to think, how to problem solve, you know? Often they don't know how to explain. I think some people do. I think you're right, but I do think that some people have the capacity to be like, "Yo, this." But to be honest with you, I don't think that they really think about that kind of shit because they're probably just well, and they're right. They probably just think that people want to know how to make the stupid sound. You know what I mean? And that's the big veil over why there's such a disconnect between YouTube tutorials or tutorials online in general and people getting better at music production. And the ones that are really dedicated will figure it out, right? You're actually one of those people, Grim. You figure that shit out. Back in the day, I actually used to talk to Nate about this stuff before, like when I was first starting, way back in 2014, 2013. And I was too busy just trying to figure out how to make the stupid sounds. And yeah, because I didn't know what I didn't know. You know what I mean? Like it's hard enough to even like make some shit. But these days now, I think that yeah, I don't know. Maybe they don't do it because that's just they're just I don't even know how to explain it, man. But I feel like the tutorials that I make are the ones that people need and not the ones that they want. And I'm not saying that I make hot fire shit, but more so as the problems that I'm trying to solve are geared towards helping people figure out how to make music and how to make this shit work, as opposed to as opposed to look at how cool my sound is, you know? You have one sound that goes burr, now you need the female version of it. That's actually a really great way to explain that. I was just talking to Zayaku about that, and I was telling him that in drum and bass, a lot of times, if I'm going to have multiple neuro sounds, they're usually going to be from the same source. And the reason why is because they belong in the same family, you know? And it could go to be as something as simple as, and you can break the rules or whatever, but just as a means of getting stuff to talk to each other of, if I'm going to use a square bass, I'm not going to like try to use a saw, or I'm not going to like try to mix it in with a weird FM growl. You know what I mean? Like you can do it and it can be done, but like as soon as you start mixing in a bunch of different sounds from different shit like that, you immediately start treading on cheesy territory, because it just feels like we're back in the 2010 era where people are just throwing fucking sounds in a bass line, you know, or just like just chucking phrases together and then being like, look at this. And I, I don't know. I that doesn't satisfy me anymore. Is IKEA furniture not good? I thought that they were praised for their ingenuity and like super high quality builds and stuff. Is that am I tripping? IKEA is not good? I know it's overpriced, but I thought that they have like really cool stuff with like, you know, the jigsaw things that you don't have to like put in screws and nails and stuff. Not longevity. Have you tried to learn the color based techniques and like rhythm stuff as well, or not really interesting? So I haven't made any music like it, but I do know how to make those sounds. And I do have videos on them. Right. Like there is literally there is an art to learning how to throw shit at the wall. Like when you're first beginning, yes. Or if whatever it is that you're not doing, yes. Like you have to get out of the box and just fucking try anything. But there is literally an art to how to throw shit at the wall. I will die on a hill for that. It's more you follow the instructions. We had a TV stand that had cardboard inside for support. Oh. Yeah, that doesn't sound too quality. But I thought their like tables and stuff or and their bed frames were like, you know what I mean, just like ace. I'm sorry guys, if you came here for drum and bass, we did drum and bass earlier in the stream. Um since I stopped doing the sound design, we've just been having a chat. That's usually how these streams go, but I do enjoy just sitting down with you all and having a conversation. But yeah, the thing with color bass and rhythm and all that is that there's actually a lot of stuff that maybe not so much with color bass. I'd be yapping. No, I'm glad because most of the time I don't have like nobody's talking in chat. What's the last game I played? I was actually playing Warframe before I started stream. But the last game that I like finished and completed was Resident Evil Requiem. I played the fuck out of that game. I think I like 4 times through just beat it and then beat it again and then beat it again and beat it again. Oh, it was highly enjoyable. When you watch a badass producer go through the motions and hit flow state almost instantly, it's quite fascinating. It's like muscle memory for them. Yeah, I agree. But I will say, like, it's a double-edged sword because that's really hard to do consistently as a content creator. Sorry, I'm not saying that I'm a badass producer, but I know that some people come here to watch me work. And yeah, it's hard to keep up sometimes. And that's why I try to rely on chat to be like, oh shit, nothing's happening anymore, guys. Can we? But please don't leave. That's why sometimes asking them gets you those vague answers. But I like those. I like the vague answers. Like, yes, of course I want to know how to do shit. But if you get a question that leads you to more questions, I'm not upset with that usually. If you just get an answer and then it's like yes or no, then it's a dead end, right? But if you get something that's like, well, in this case I did this and this is what I was thinking about or whatever, it's like, oh shit, okay, well, I at least have something to try, you know? Dude, I would highly recommend Requiem. Play it, like, but play it in the dark, late at night, wait for a thunderstorm or something, because, like, the first experience of it was really good. And then the second experience of it was really fun, because after you get all the good shit, and then you can, you know what to do, you know where to go, and all that other stuff, but definitely high replayability. I am going to play it again at some point. I thought about playing it on stream, but if I do that, I'm not going to do gaming streams on here anymore. I'll probably go to the anti-air channel and then just like ping the Discord of like, hey everybody, I'm playing games or something. Can't wait. Stoked you are into... I've played all of them, except for like Umbrella Corps. You know what I mean? I haven't played like those, but all of the main entries, I've played every single one of them. Which is interesting because now that I think about it, I have not played through every Silent Hill game. I've played through 2, 3, some of 4. I played Origins a lot. I played 5. I skipped Downpour. I just started my 3rd playthrough of Kingdom Come. What is that game about? I mean, I've seen stuff on it, but like, what is it like a RTS or something? I'm just gonna put some background ambience on. Heard it's good though. Crimson Desert looked pretty cool. Have you all played that? Slay the Spire. That's the deck game, right? I was gonna ask you, did you actually beat Silksong? I got stuck in Act 3 and haven't beaten it. I have 100% the game. And I'm currently, like, I have a file on Steam that I'm still playing through. And I plan on doing the same. DLC is coming out for Silksong pretty soon. And, I'm really looking forward to getting into that again. And Blasphemous 2, I don't know if you, well, both of them. If you all haven't, if you like Silksong, then you should definitely play Blasphemous. It's such a good Metroidvania. Such a good Metroidvania. Yeah, I actually, it was so good that I bought the soundtrack to it. It's so good. It's a first-person RPG, but instead of it being fantasy, it's more Middle Ages sim. Okay. So it's kind of like Skyrim, but without the magic. I don't know, man. I personally would fucking hate to live in the Middle Ages. It would be fucking lame. Everything was out to kill you during those times. It's heavy on the narrative while set between real historic events. The Czech Republic. Skyrim without the magic is a good comparison. Yeah, that's cool. Maybe I'll like watch a playthrough of it or something. But if it's too dialogue heavy, then I'm like, eh. Have you ever wrote songs inspired off of you beating a game or played one that you've connected with deeply? Yeah. A lot, actually. After I beat Metroid Dread, I wrote like an extra soundtrack-esque thing to it. Let me see. Depths. I don't remember how to spell that. Yeah, Barinia Depths. This was meant to be like a concept track for Metroid Dread. Then I have some more too. Chrono Mage. Yeah. I recently played it last year right before Metroid Prime 4 came out. Chrono Mage was meant to be like Street Fighter. Like a choose your character type of thing. Yeah, I enjoyed the game for the most part, but the ending of it was pretty fucking annoying. I have a remix of Super Mario RPG for Beware of the Forest. This is really old. I do have some game remixes. Not very many, but I do have a few. I also have a lot of Silent Hill inspired stuff. Really? Dude, I forgot to say, before you get to the final area, I was hard stuck the longest time because of it. I would respawn every time with like 2 health bars. Are you talking about fighting Sylex? Yeah, the Sylex was an ass boss too. Yeah, a lot of the jungle that I have was also inspired by Street Fighter. Like Jungle 2023. Yeah, this is some like Silent Hill inspired stuff. Oh, I have a remix of Lava Reef Zone from way back in 2014. This was from Sonic. Yeah, this was... I don't really do this anymore, but it was fun. Damn, this was 11 years ago? Actually, I have the very first track of Ableton that I've ever made. And it's a remix of Mega Man Battle Network 3. I'll pull that up in a second. Yeah, there's this really cool glitch part in here. I had no idea what I was doing back then. I still don't know what I'm doing these days, but... Fun track. This is a remix I did from Kraid's Lair. Broken Bonds is a remix from Yu-Gi-Oh! That I did. Yeah, you guys are getting the old shit. Oh, you mean Vengeance dubstep? Or Vengeance samples? Yeah, totally. Oh, wait. So this was, yeah, the... If you played Mega Man Battle Network 3, this was the very first Ableton project that I did. Hell yeah. No. It was just a cover. So like, I just took the MIDI and then like replaced the sounds. Don't get the wrong idea. I didn't compose this. So this was supposed to be like a Killing Moon inspired track. If you guys have played Street Fighter Third Strike, I think I even put like Shakuhachi in there and stuff too. But yeah, this was super inspired by like Akuma Stage or whatever. Also, notice like the difference in production value. Yeah.
Recording to logbook.
Yeah, this is Wall Chicken. This was inspired by Castlevania, which is I just wanted to do like an 8-bit halftime. But this was on the Eclipse album. I know, right? It's like yeah, it's pretty funny. Yeah. So this track was like, I wrote this during COVID. This was just like pure Castlevania composition. I should do something like this again. Yeah. I think the most recent thing that I did that was like in gaming-esque was the Broken Bonds. This was... Oh, I've got another one too. You just reminded me. It's called Have a Nice Day. Or Have a Pleasant Day. But this one was like a Yu-Gi-Oh thing. It was meant to be like... I don't know. Everybody that makes Yu-Gi-Oh content always uses the same lo-fi like intro theme, and it drove me crazy, so I wanted to make something that was a little bit more energetic. But there's a track in the show called Broken Bonds, and so I did a remix to that. I just want you all to hear the middle part right here. Yeah, so there's that. And then I have, this is Corey's favorite. do have a lot of other remixes, especially from back then. So like I have a Final Fantasy X. A summoner? Summoning? Yeah, this was from... This says this was from 2020, but this was way back in like 2014, I think. And then I'll show you some of my other remixes. I don't know if you all played Final Fantasy X or not, but this was also when I was like just ass at drums. Late Night Twilight is a trap version of the Twilight Palace from Twilight Princess. This was like 2016, I think. This is my friend Ritzy's favorite song that I've made. What other shit do I have? Oh, I have a Force Temple remix. And most of these are just flips, but, you know. Yeah, so there's that. You guys have played Ocarina of Time. Then I have this one is actually, I have a really sentimental track. It's Withered, wait. Wilted Rose. Sound like Memphis style? Yeah, I could see that. I think it would need to be a little bit faster though, and we would need like some rap over it, you know? This is another one of my favorite songs. I wrote this in 2020. This was like during COVID. And yeah, I don't know, man. But it's a remix from a game called Rule of Rose. It's a horror game. I think it's like about this orphan and her dog and her friend being hella jealous about shit or something like that. But they do like horrible things to her or whatever. I don't remember the premise exactly, but there's this main theme on here that's just so pretty, and this is one of my favorites. Yeah, that's one of my favorites. This one I wanted to go back to, because I wanted to do. Someone asked me to do like a Tekken style break track, you know, with like the really heavy breaks and stuff. I just went overboard with it. But I ended up remixing a track from Tekken 5 in this. Or sampling, rather, because it's not really a remix, it's just a sample. Trying to think if there's anything else that's like very like game inspired. I'm sure there is, I just can't remember everything. Yeah. Oh, this is a remix from Bloodborne that I did. It's really strange though, like you don't catch the beat at first. Yeah, for sure. I'm trying to... Yeah, I did like this like chopped and screwed version of it, which is really cool. This is from The Hunter's Dream from Bloodborne. I wanted to make a really fucked up beat, and so that's why I really like this. It's because it goes boom ka, da boom ka, boom ka, boom ka, da boom ka. And I don't hear very many beats like that, so I wanted to do something that was pretty fun. Oh yeah, I remixed Aquatic Ambience. I think there's also... Yeah, I think there's also some Stickerbush Symphony in here, if I'm not mistaken. It doesn't sound like the original, but I sampled it. What else do we have? Yeah, this is some Silent Hill stuff. I love making this kind of music. It's very... This is Fruit Factory from Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. Yeah, this is just nice. It's a little mid-heavy, but... What else do I got? Oh, I'm glad you brought that up. Because I'm going to play something for you here in a second that you're going to be like, ah. I'm just seeing if there's any other stuff that I want to show you first. Do you know Order of Ecclesia's music really well? Or Castlevania music in general? Because, like, this is the biggest fucking, like... I wrote this in 2018, but this is, like, the biggest homage to Castlevania I've ever... Yeah. I played some hours into it, so maybe... Okay. You might recognize some of it, but maybe not enough to where you'll still be able to enjoy it without immediately clocking the references. But I've drawn inspiration from Order of Ecclesia, from Rondo of Blood, and Lament of Innocence through this. Beat the first mid-play through. Yeah, this was a big track for me. That bass line is from Hard Won Nobility. Okay, now this just goes into fucking Obscure World, but whatever. I had a lot of fun making it. This was also almost 10 years ago, which is fucking crazy. No, you're fine. You can always... this track is available. This part was inspired by Lament of Innocence. And then this pretty much just becomes a remix of Cemetery from Rondo of Blood. But this is like, this whole fucking song is Castlevania. Rondo of Blood is for the... Is it like the Wonder Swan 32 or something? Yeah, I think it was like the Wonder Swan or something like that. But it was the one with Richter before Symphony of the Night. Yeah, I don't really do too many narrative tracks like this anymore, but because it just took a lot out of me to make that. But yeah, in regards to game references, those are a good chunk. I still have a lot more, to be honest, but I think that I've got like 400 plus tracks over the last 13, 14 years that I still have anyways, because I deleted a bunch of stuff. Like, I wish that I still had the first track that I ever made. It was a Flying Lotus inspired track, and it was on Machine, and it was really cool. But I don't think that I have that anymore. I wouldn't know where to find it. Was it on Wonder Swan? Yeah, I've played like every Castlevania game, so... Except for there was a mobile one. I didn't get to play that one, but... Yeah, guys, I mean, I don't know. I love music, as you can tell. I've written so much shit, and I'm just trying to make better shit, so... It's nice, though. It's nice to take a break from me trying to be all, like, try hard and stuff and just reflect on some of these other things that I've made that are, like, oh, these are just nice to listen to once in a while. Because I really don't listen to this shit that often anymore. Came out in 93. I mean, we could look it up. I can look it up. Rondo of Blood release platform. Super CD-ROM. So not the Wonder Swan, but PC Engine Super CD-ROM. And then was later remade on the PlayStation Portable. And then there was a derivative of it called Dracula X for the Super Nintendo. Oh, yeah, TurboGrafx as well. So... Yeah, I think you're right. But great game. Really, really fun game. Very hard game, though. It's always nice to remind yourself of all the stuff you've done before and how good the idea is and stuff. Thanks for sharing some of that. Yeah, thanks for asking. I really don't... I really try not to overshare unless if people ask. So I appreciate you being like, yo, show me some of your other shit. Because... it does get frustrating when people just want, you know, the bangers and all of that, which, you know what I mean? Don't get me wrong. Like, I will run myself into the ground to make my next fucking hit. But I don't know. I feel like there's more to all of the artists than just like their quote unquote best work, you know? But yeah. I don't know. Maybe after this month, after I do want to write a couple more drum and bass tracks, and I really want to try to get like a drum and bass banger out before I go back to doing other stuff. But maybe on a day where I don't feel inspired or something, we can do like we can pick a game and then I'll listen to a reference or something, and then I'll just make myself make something out of it. But yeah, guys, I don't really have anything else that I want to do today. I appreciate you. check out alchemy.com if you want to support the channel. Does anybody have any questions about anything before I head out? Oh, yeah. Also, if you're in the market for synths, this isn't really for chat because I don't think anybody is, but this is currently on up for sale on Reverb. Waldorf Iridium Core, 1450 plus shipping. It's a really good deal. So if anybody's interested in picking that up, I'm a newer Alchemy fan. Wish I found you earlier. I appreciate you stopping in and just giving me a chance, you know, because I feel like most people give you 5 seconds, 10 seconds, and you know, then that's pretty much it. Got my Virus TR2. The Iridium does seem cool though. It's available if you want it. Yeah, do you mean like a beat battle that I host on my channel, or what? What do you mean? Because I've done beat battles, but the problem, like, the reason why I don't do any community stuff here is because nobody gets involved. Like, I have tried so many times to get people to participate in like challenges or, you know, even feedback. So like I used to have something where every Saturday I would play video games and then I'd be like, yo, send me your tunes. And I'd get like 3 submissions and nobody would show up. And then everybody wants to send me their album because the queue is open. And like I have this like text that I'm like one person at a time or like one person per stream or whatever. And then it puts me in a weird position. Yeah. Although, I mean, I can direct you to other beat battles and stuff if you want, but like I said, people just don't want to do it. What I would recommend is go to Bishu, you know, go to Eliminate because they do all that fun stuff and they're really good at it. And there's a big community and they, you know what I mean? Like they already got it going. No, I appreciate it. I appreciate the conversation. That's why I stream, is because I just want to hang out with people and have someone to talk to while I work or answer questions or discuss things, music, or you know what I mean? Like this isn't so much as a and I'll leave with this because otherwise I'm going to keep talking, but my channel is phasing out of me being a teacher and more so into come hang out with me in the studio. And if you have questions, I'll answer them if I know them. But I'm phasing out of tutorial mode because I've taught everything. I literally shared everything that I know how to do on the channel to some capacity. And the only thing that's changed is like, I don't know, I learned a cool new trick or something that's not even worth putting up a video about because it's so hyper specific. So the more that you all feel compelled to come kick it with me, I hope you all know that I appreciate it. And the more that, you know, I can provide value or entertainment or whatever, let me know what you would like to see from me, because as you can tell, like my channel has started to shift in a very different thing than what it used to be. Nobody cares about tutorials anymore anyways, or they just want the quick fixes and whatever. And I'm not really about that. So yeah. Anyways, if you're watching the end of this VOD and you hear what I just said, leave some comments, let me know, let's talk about it, because I'm open to trying different stuff. But as of now, the drum and bass of just streaming drum and bass has been really popular, and so I'm going to keep doing that and try to ride that out until, you know, until people move on. So thanks everybody. I'm going to bust open these synths and get them all updated and downloaded and shit. I'm very excited, and I'll catch you later. Bye everybody. Alchemy.com